right. Still such a good intro. One of my favorite songs in general, but it's also just such a good intro video. Now we have Silent Hill 3. Let's do something a little bit different. I want to show the nightmare intro sequence. So let's start off new game. Show the nightmare intro. But then I'm gonna pick up from the rest of the game with extra new game and show off some of the extra costumes and weapons and things that we don't normally see whenever I just do like a new game story playthrough. We'll start off just doing regular new game. And then switch over to extra new game for the actual start.
am I?
Well, if you're curious where you are, Heather, just have to turn around and look up at that horrifying clown sign. You're in the Lakeside Amusement Park. Which, again, if you played Silent Hill 1, should be somewhat familiar. We'll even see some familiar places a little bit later on. This is also our introduction to Robbie the Rabbit, who kind of becomes one of the mascots of the series. We don't actually see Robbie until Silent Hill 3. A rabbit doll. No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. The head for this one's actually like twisted around backwards. You can see there's blood underneath it, blood staining the mouth, which becomes one of the iconic sort of aspects of Robbie. Even a skin for the killer Legion in Dead by Daylight. The door's shut tight, won't open at all. We're definitely stuck here. And this is a nightmare sequence. Very, very similar to the start of Silent Hill 1. Again, this being a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1 and set 17 years later. So it not only serves as a sequel, but it's also sort of a parallel of the events of Silent Hill 1. There's a lot of parallels between the characters and several different settings and other aspects that we'll kind of talk about as we go through it. But starting off with this nightmare sequence, the very same way Silent Hill 1 starts off with a nightmare sequence, that is a premonition of something that will happen later. So it parallels in that aspect. Nub, does there exist a fan-made HD edition of Silent Hill 3 like Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition? There are mods out there for Silent Hill 3. There is, I think, a Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition project, but it is not by the same people who do the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. It's a separate person who put together basically kind of a bunch of existing mods, which is kind of what Enhanced Edition started off as. But I am playing the base PC version of Silent Hill 3 with no mods, no patches, nothing. If you get a physical copy, because only physical copies were ever made, there are, of course, it's the internet, you can find anything digitally these days, but Konami never sold the PC version of Silent Hill 3 outside of those physical releases several years ago, many years ago at this point, like almost 20 years ago. But yeah, this is the base game of Silent Hill 3 PC. So for being a 2003 PC game, it still runs and looks very, very nice, even without any kind of mods. Silent Hill 3 has some interesting dialogue things, weird little quirks about the way it handles bits and pieces of dialogue. There's a lot of text that's very easy to miss. Hopefully we won't miss too many throughout the playthrough. We're going to try and examine like everything, read everything that we can as we're going along. But Silent Hill 3's got some really interesting quirks when it comes to examining things and looking at text. So there's a lot of text that you can only see once. The first time that you examine something, Heather will say something about it. The next time you examine it, she'll say something different, and she'll never repeat what she said when you see it the first time. So there's this, whatever it is, a corpse in a cage box. Heather, when you first look at it, she'll say, "And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is." The next time, she just says, "What the?" And that's it. So there's a lot of text like that where you only get it once. And one of the unfortunate things about that is, rather than just being able to press the OK button, for my configuration it's the space bar, any movement at all cancels text. And it can be very easy to be running up to something, press the examine button to bring up text, and if you're still moving and let your finger off of your movement button or your movement key, that text will just go away. Oh, come on. Not tonight, internet. I'm dropping a little bit of frames. It's not too bad right now. Hopefully it'll stabilize and not just get worse, but my internet is being just a little bit quirky. A very low resolution map of the Lakeside Amusement Park and its attractions. A huge map signboard. To the north, that is, if I keep going the way I'm facing, I'll find the roller coaster. Is this an amusement park? Yes, it is, Heather. As stated by the big glowing sign next to the horrifying clown that we talked about earlier. Don't worry. It's sort of like when you're asleep and you're dreaming, you don't have the same logic in real world. It's a popcorn wagon, but no one's here to sell it. Where did they go? Also, another horrifying fucking clown. Fresh popcorn. It's almost Comic Sans. Not quite. Can't go in the bathrooms. The giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? At least the head is facing the correct direction on this one. Still covered in blood. I love the art design of the Robbies. The way the eyes are designed, it sort of has that illusion of looking at you, no matter where you stand. All right, Souvenir Avenue. Steel Priest, thank you so much for the Prime. Very much appreciate the sub. Thank you for the support. Enjoy your emotes. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you. Let's take a look at our inventory. Your inventory in the nightmare sequence actually varies quite a bit from your inventory in-game. Once you're past this nightmare intro. Big No-No, thank you so much for the 17-month resub. It's Nub Zombie, but I'm not really hungry. Thank you so much, Big No-No. Welcome back. But yeah, your inventory. Start off with a flashlight. It's in my chest pocket, a must-have in darkness. We'll actually have to find our pocket flashlight in game later. You don't start with it by default, but monsters will notice me more easily when it's on. So they opt to give you some sort of answers about how the flashlight works. And that it does make monsters more aggressive towards you. They'll notice you from further away. Radio. It's a small portable radio. It plays static when monsters get too close. It won't play normal stations. Is it broken? We don't start with our radio either. It gets thrown at us in an elevator later from off screen. And just like you can turn it off, you can adjust the volume of it. Start with our switchblade. It's a switchblade for self-defense. I've never used it, but just in case. A steel pipe, about 3 feet long, not very powerful, but not hard to use. They give you several different weapons to play around with. And your inventory, your starting inventory for this nightmare sequence actually changes depending on what difficulty you're playing on. It'll change how much like starting ammunition and healing supplies and weapons and things you get. Handgun holds 10 rounds of ammunition, small and not powerful but easy to use. And a submachine gun holds 32 rounds of ammunition, great for its continuous firing. Very good for shooting Leonard later. Health drinks. It's full of nutrition and should help me recover at least a little of my strength. Also recovers stamina, something they don't really talk about too much in this game. There is a full-on stamina system, which when we switch over to extra new game, will actually turn on meters that show you your health and stamina. And it's an important distinction because health drinks recover stamina and a little bit of health. First aid kits recover health, but not stamina. This will help me patch up my wounds fairly well, I think. And bullets for a handgun. They are handgun bullets. Let me actually double check. Is that... Okay, yeah, it is just an extra new game option. But when we switch over to extra new game, we should be able to turn that on. That's all of our starting inventory. They're, funny enough, on the PS2 version of Silent Hill 3, you can skip this nightmare sequence. Yeah, dog. You can skip that nightmare sequence and not get hit by the roller coaster. You can basically open up the door to the control room for the roller coaster that normally ends the nightmare sequence. And if you flip that switch, it basically makes it act as though the game is much later towards the end when you're actually here in Lakeside Amusement Park. And it picks up right before like Borley's Haunted Mansion. So you can play on the PS2 version if you use this glitch and turn off the roller coaster and continue the game. You can play the game all the way up until the very, very end. You skip all the way to Lakeside Amusement Park, and then you can play all the way up until the very end. But you can't beat the game because you need to have the Aglophatus in order to have Heather throw up the god and then fight the final boss. And your inventory, very, very crucially in the nightmare, does not have the lucky necklace. It doesn't have the Aglophatus necklace. So you can play all the way up until Claudia at the very end and then not be able to use your necklace and not be able to fight the final boss. Otherwise, that would be an insane skip for the console version of this game. You can technically do the same thing on PC, but if you do it on PC, the game just crashes. And on console, I think by default on all consoles tested, it's it crashes anyway, but it works on certain emulators. I'm gonna adjust the audio a little bit. Yeah, one of our first creatures, the closer, or closer. I don't think there is an official pronunciation or not. Which is actually a reused enemy from Silent Hill 2. In Silent Hill 2, it was called the Mandarin and was exclusively underground. There's only a couple of parts in Silent Hill 2 where it shows up, but it's hanging on to the bottom of the grated metal floors. So now, it's that same enemy, just walking around on the ground itself. We have the split-headed dog. And we also have Beefy 4242 gifting a sub to Cut F. Cut, enjoy the sub. Beefy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for resubbing as well. Very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so much, Beefy. Pop that dog. Some similar properties to the Silent Hill 1 dogs. Go. Once the enemies are killed, the sounds, the background tends to quiet out. But yeah, we have the dogs that are a little bit reminiscent of the skin dogs from Silent Hill 1. But interestingly enough, because so much of this still is dealing with Heather and Heather herself being a reincarnated Alessa, essentially. A lot of the monsters do resemble certain aspects of Alessa. The dogs' heads are split in two, the same way that Alessa essentially splits her soul in two as part of Silent Hill 1. And that aspect of Heather being her own person, but also having formerly been Alessa, there's a lot of themes and imagery of duality because of that aspect of her. And we see that in this dogs being split right down the middle. Plus the bandages The dog being all wrapped up in these bandages, very, very much like Alessa in the ending of Silent Hill 1, Alessa's actual body. She's wrapped and covered in these sort of dirty, stained bandages. And yeah, we see that in the dogs as well. I think it's closer, like a closed door. Apparently supposed to represent Heather's greed towards you. Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have like a source for that? Because I don't think that's anything Ito's actually like. That may be a way to interpret it for sure. A lot of aspects of the Silent Hill games are open to interpretation, but I try to stray away from things that don't have like a citation or a source. If I, know that a developer said like a lot of these creatures and designs and things have been talked about by Masahiro Ito and several of the developers, but yeah, there's still a lot that's up for interpretation. I know the aspects, like some of the backgrounds of designs of the enemies come from certain things. Sometimes really interesting, like Silent Hill 2, the lying figures. Masahiro Ito based it on like a person walking with their hands in a hoodie. And different sort of things like that. Did the devs ever say why Silent Hill 2 wasn't a continuation of Silent Hill 1? Because they just wanted to do something different, and it was also different members of Team Silent that were sort of put in charge of Silent Hill 2 that wanted to do their own thing. Whereas Silent Hill 1 was very much, as far as like story, mostly coming from Hiroyuki Owaku and Masashi Tsuboyama. Silent Hill 2 is more Takayoshi Sato. So I think it was just him wanting to do something different. And then Silent Hill 2 wasn't actually well received in Japan initially because it wasn't a sequel directly to Silent Hill 1, which is probably why they made Silent Hill 3 be what it is, in order to try to please those fans who wanted a continuation of Silent Hill 1 that didn't get it with 2. So many creepy things in the imagery here. It's just like a flagpole with like a corpse. It looks like a torso. Part of a corpse just hanging from a flagpole. I love just the look of everything. It's all so gross. Those rusted, bloody textures. This way to the mountain coaster. Only thing I don't like in Silent Hill 3 is when there are enemies and music. Yeah, the sound gets very loud. Although, I'm messing up my controls. I don't have it set up the way I do normally. can turn down the radio noise, which sometimes helps. But pendulums are like the loudest thing in the game. Also, he's cheating. Went out of bounds. Mountain coaster platform. What's up, ABQ Styles? This is the PC version of Silent Hill 3 with no mods. Just the base PC release. So this door right here is the only thing that separates the Nightmare version of the amusement park from the actual amusement park when you come here later. So if you're playing this, specifically the PS2 version on PCSX2 emulator, you can actually unlock this door by interacting with the switch through this wall. And it'll skip you straight to the amusement park later. But yeah, you can't finish the game since you don't have a Glophatus in your inventory. You can play right up to the end and then not fight the final boss. And if you're playing on an actual console and do this, you can still turn the switch off, but your game will just crash after the nightmare sequence ends. Love all the random growling and screaming sounds that you hear. Like whatever that is supposed to be going on. Very similar to Silent Hill 2. Kind of the pathway leading from the bathroom parking lot area at the very top, at the very start of the game, and then that long walk down the hill to get into the town itself. There's a lot of unique sounds that like you don't hear anywhere else in the game. Very similar to that here, where you're just hearing these awful noises kind of out in the void that you don't ever hear later in the game. So that's the end of the nightmare sequence. And now we're going to start over, because that's where, if you play extra new game, that's where it will pick up from, is waking up from that nightmare. So we're going to do that. And we're going to play on extreme action and hard riddles, because why not? Gotta do some Shakespeare. And show off some extra stuff. Really quickly, that death scream from Heather when she gets hit by the roller coaster is the only time you hear Heather's original voice actress, Heather Morris, in the HD collection version of Silent Hill 3. They completely replace all of her audio with the new voice actress. And original voices are not an option for Silent Hill 3 HD, only on Silent Hill 2. But they left that death scream in. Don't worry about that moan. That just means I put in a code so that Douglas won't have pants. Heather waking up in a diner after a nightmare sequence. That's a premonition of somewhere you'll go later. More Silent Hill 1 parallels. You actually see the back of Angela Orozco's head
Nightmare.
used to make it look like there's somebody in the diner when the camera is panning into Heather. And we'll see Angela Orozco's model used again in a little bit.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. I mean, Heather avoiding a creepy guy in general, walking up and talking about your birth, is an appropriate reaction, going away and hiding in a bathroom. But makes even more sense when Douglas is walking around with no pants on. Cake or Death, you were asking when this came out, did people know she was Harry's daughter or was it kept secret? It's kept secret. It's kept intentionally secret. So much so that they actually made a mistake on the back of one of the release boxes where they knew they couldn't refer to her full name. So on certain release versions of Silent Hill 3, she's just referred to as Heather and they don't give a last name. There was one version that released where the back refers to her as, the back of the game case refers to her as Heather Morris, which is the name of her voice actress. And they named the character after her voice actress. Originally, the team was planning on calling her Helen. And then when Heather Morris got the part, they asked about her name. And they kind of asked like the difference between Heather and Helen to American audiences. She said that Helen sounds a bit more mature, like an older woman's name, and Heather sounded a bit more young. So the team decided to change the character's name from Helen to Heather. Because they still wanted to keep it a 2-syllable H name, because that's another parallel to Silent Hill 1. Harry Mason, Heather Mason. But yeah, initially they didn't give away the fact that she is Harry Mason's daughter. They hid that fact, so it's supposed to be a big twist when you get to Heather's apartment and you realize, or not even, as you're approaching, it's Vincent who reveals that, her father is named Harry, and kind of gives the player that, oh, like, moment. Like, Harry? Our Harry? Silent Hill 1 Harry? You may notice that there is a halo, several halos of the sun rotating around Heather's face. That's an indicator that you have a particular weapon unlocked. This means that you have killed more than 333 enemies across multiple playthroughs and unlocked the Heather Beam and Sexy Beam weapons, which we'll show off in a little bit. So if you're wondering why that's there, it doesn't show up in New Game. It only shows up after you've unlocked those weapons and play extra New Game. The mark on this mirror, it looks so familiar somehow. What do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? We will get into that. We are currently in the mall toilet. So yeah, she's familiar with this. The aspect of Alessa, the fact that she was Alessa in her previous life, sort of plays into who she is as Heather. And we sort of slowly watch her regain those memories from her time as Alessa, and ultimately confront that other aspect of sort of who she used to be, culminating in the Memory of Alessa boss fight later on. Some extra dialogue here gives you some nice inference to that duality that I was talking about in the nightmare sequence. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side, and the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. But if I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. So already we have that inference to her personal character. She doesn't like mirrors. She doesn't like confronting her own image because it doesn't feel like her. Because in a way she's seeing herself as, Alessa at the same time that she's seeing herself as this new person, as Heather. Yeah, augmented. It's also a bit of a foreshadowing to the mirror room in Brookhaven Otherworld that we'll make sure to look at later. One last thing to check before leaving this bathroom. You can knock on the stall, and you get a knockback. Yes, someone's in there. Being very quiet. They're waiting for you to leave so that they can rip ass without being judged. So we'll climb out of the window. And you can actually climb in and out. If you climb out and then climb back in, you get some new dialogue. Yeah, it's occupied. Rude of me to keep on knocking, huh? Extra new game weapon here. If you kill the final boss with a melee weapon, you unlock the unlimited submachine gun. Fires unlimited rounds. No submachine gun bullets necessary. So you can just go wild with it. Just don't do that in the HD collection because the sound is broken. And it'll, break your game. And people say the HD ports are fine. Ridiculous. It's kind of hard for me to zoom in on. Yeah, because of the way the camera works. But you see back there how there's, some buildings and stuff kind of off in the distance to make up the backdrop. That is Silent Hill. It's a little chunk of Silent Hill. So you don't start this game in Silent Hill, by the way. You start this game in a mall somewhere in the Portland area, Portland, Maine, and then later you go to Silent Hill with Douglas. But starting the game, we're not in Silent Hill, but that's a little piece of it right back there. That's the gas station. There's I think it's Texaco gas station, or Texon, Texon. It's like a combination of Texaco and Exxon. But it's the gas station where the car is. In Silent Hill 2, it's where you pick up the steel pipe out of the running car's hood. And in Silent Hill 3, we run right past it later on our way from the Jackson motel over to the Brookhaven Hospital. But there it is, sitting right back there. Now, this is one of those things that could just be they had the assets, they wanted to make it look like there is a city around where you are, so they dropped some buildings kind of in the background just to fill out the scene, hoping nobody would kind of notice what they used. Or it could be intentional, who's to say? It could be inferring the fact that Silent Hill is, even when we are very far from it, still there, the same way that, you know, Heather has this part of Silent Hill with her in the form of the unborn god. Is music a little too loud compared to Nub for anybody else? It might be for now. I'll have to... There's only so much I can do with audio adjusting. This game goes back and forth between very quiet and very loud, so there's only so much mixing I can do. As long as you can hear me, it should be okay. Well, that's helpful. Maybe I should walk around it. Walk around it how? It's like perfectly wedged. A brilliant parking job. Maybe I should walk around it. Never mind. But how did this car park here? Love that Heather sarcasm. Me too. Even just examining really mundane things gets you some really interesting bits of character. The way that she responds to stuff. She's very much your early 2000s 17-year-old where everything is like, never mind, whatever. And you can, once you enter the mall, come back out. Maybe I should walk around it. That dialogue's the same. Actually, let's go back to the bathrooms, because I think I forgot to examine the bathroom door. You get a little bit of dialogue about Douglas. That weird old detective is out there, so I'm not leaving. Pretty sure none of this changes. Yeah, that whole explanation of why she doesn't like mirrors is an example of that one-time only text. Once you pass that, if you examine again, she just says the first line, I don't like mirrors. That's still that. All right, let's go into the mall. Hey, Joanna K. Yep, we pretty much just started. Technically, we're like an hour in. The door shut tight, won't open at all. Hey, Sigma, is this a blind run? Nope. I have played every game in the Silent Hill series thousands of times. That is not an exaggeration. I've been streaming mostly Silent Hill games on Twitch since 2015, and we've been ever since then, over the last almost 8 years now. We do very, very in-depth playthroughs where we read all the notes, talk about all the story, the lore, symbolism, development history, show off lots of trivia, Easter eggs, all sorts of things. So welcome. There's a lot of stuff posted up here, but nothing useful. The Revolt of Turnale. Some interesting little posters and things that you find in these hallways. In fact, there is a Silent Hill 2 poster that we're going to find a little bit later. I also love just kind of the general feeling this first part of the game gives you, where they give you the background noise, like when Heather's waking up in the diner in the Happy Burger. You can hear other people in the restaurant. They show the back of another head, which turns out to be Angela Orozco's model, like just her head floating there if you cam hack it. But they show it as the camera's panning into Heather waking up on the table, just to try to give the impression of people being in the restaurant with her. And you can hear like voices in the background here, sort of like distant talking, kind of echoing through the mall. So it's almost like the mall is like gradually becoming empty. These people are just vanishing, even though you never really see other people. Bunch of strange stores here. Cosmetic Angel. And it's pink with a heart, which reminds me. We have, we're playing on Extra New Game, so we have something very important. This Princess Heart Wand. The transform costume. It's a costume to change into the magical girl, Princess Heart. Complete with Sailor Moon transformation sequence. Sexy bean shoepats. And now we are the magical girl Princess Heart, which also gives us a unique weapon called the Sexy Beam.
Sexy.
You can even hear Heather say the words Sexy Beam. And you have two versions of it. Because every weapon in the game has essentially like alternate attacks, where it'll do one type of attack if you hold the button down normally, and another type of attack if you hold forward along with an attack. So for the Sexy Beam, it turns into like a more focused, high-powered laser, which is what I do constantly on Mondays when we play through Book of Memories. I'm always using the Princess Heart wands and eye lasers because they're broken as fuck. We also have a version of those lasers without the costume, and it's not the Sexy Beam, it's the Heather Beam. So there's the regular version, and the version when you're holding forward. Heather Beam. And that's still Heather Morris doing the Japanese pronunciations for these attacks. The Silver Ring House. These little shops. Watch Christopher. Watch Christopher do what? I don't know him. I want to watch him. Bert's hat. Just the one. Unfortunately, can't go into any of these. Purple shoe. Purple side? Purple side. Come on down to the purple side. Here's where you get your fancy goods. And the one place we can actually go into. Boutique Marguerite.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me!
Look at that booty go.
What the hell is this thing?
What the hell is it? So yeah, like I talked about in the nightmare sequence, this is a closer or closer. Reused enemy from Silent Hill 2, formerly known as the Mandarin in that game. And they gave it a bunch of animations where it's walking above ground, sort of leaning on these big swollen stumps of arms, which have a bone-like spear inside of them, which you can actually see on the model, and it will fold out and extend forward during certain attacks. The mouth on this thing, it's like that weird humanoid mouth, but it's on that really weird abstract appendage instead of having like kind of a head. And apparently, according to Masahiro Ito, a lot of the symbolism of the mouths are supposed to represent Alessa and her screaming insanity. Sort of the idea that what remains of Alessa inside of Heather has sort of slowly gone insane, succumbing to the god that's growing inside of Heather ever since her reincarnation at the end of Silent Hill 1. And that the part of Alessa inside of her was sort of driven mad by that corruption, this god growing inside of her. And then poor Angela. It's not actually supposed to be Angela, I think, in the context of the game. But this corpse is the Angela Orozco character model from Silent Hill 2. Just retextured, different clothing, different color clothing. But yeah, just an easy reused, asset from Silent Hill 2, kind of dressed up and used for this this scene. It's not that I hate clothes, but this isn't the time or place. Yeah, she's not down to shop for clothes now that there is big, weird, swollen arm monsters walking around. I can tell from here that it's dead. I would hope you can tell from there. You're standing practically on her head. Should I call the police? Not like they'd believe me if I said someone's been killed by a monster. Probably not. And I doubt the phones would even work at this point anyway. This is a dressing room. I don't need to go in here. You can see the blood even on the dressing room curtains, just everywhere around this corpse. I think they kind of wanted to give the idea that before, you know, ultimately succumbing to the closer here, there was a bit of a struggle. The shelf is broken. Like she was slammed into that, moving those shelves and breaking them, bleeding all over those sheets, her blood splattering over onto the dressing room curtains. Really just awful. Without having to show directly, you know, a violent fight with this thing killing someone, just getting the visual impressions of it from the environment and seeing the closer sort of eating her as we walk in gives enough of that that really creepy impression, enough to kind of let your imagination fill in the blanks. Nothing on the shop counter particularly catches my eye. We can unlock this, although there's not really much reason to go back. Lock is broken. Can't open the door. All of these back here are locked, and there's not really anywhere you can go back in this hallway, but back here in this little dead end, we have a Silent Hill 2 Easter egg. There's a Silent Hill 2 poster with Angela's face as the main background there, with James in the bottom left, Laura there in the bottom right, Mary just above Laura. So, cool little Easter egg, little reference to Silent Hill 2. There's a few extra Easter eggs that are in this game. Because I'm playing the base PC version without any mods, we're not going to be able to see those Easter eggs, unfortunately, but I have shown them in console playthroughs and modded PC version playthroughs in the past that are archived on here on Twitch or on my YouTube. You can type !YouTube in chat or !YT in chat for a link to my YouTube channel. But there is some other Easter eggs referring to James sticking his hand in a toilet later on, and references to like a letter from a dead wife. Normally those Easter eggs, if you're playing on PS2, you have to have Silent Hill 2 save data to be able to access them. Because of the way the PC version is designed, it doesn't read your save file directory to look for Silent Hill 2 save files. So you have to use mods for the PC version to enable those Easter eggs. But otherwise, they are still technically in the game. Unfortunately, I tend to rotate out versions that I play for story playthroughs, and I wanted to show Silent Hill 3 without mods on PC. So, sadly, those Easter eggs will be omitted. Central Square Shopping Center. So we have the name of the mall. Got the shopping mall map. And it does the nice thing of filling in what you've already explored even before you picked the map up. That's everything on the first floor. They're only able to progress to the second floor. It's time to be a magical girl. It's time for some eye lasers. Interesting about this transformation sequence. The oh yeah, by the way, we're on extreme difficulty. So lasering the hell out of enemies, I think, is perfectly acceptable.
This is not a dream.
But interestingly,
What's happening to
about
this
that transformation sequence behavior, because they put this Princess Heart skin into Dead by Daylight, actually recreated that transformation sequence to sort of advertise the addition of this costume to Dead by Daylight. They completely remade it using their in-game models. Hadokins, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you are having a great night so far. And thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Here's that Silent Hill 2 poster again in lower resolution. Lock's broken. And, oh, actually, you know what? I will kind of need to be careful about lasering too many enemies. Because we want to show the whole game, and we might get the UFO ending. Holy shit, Hadokins with the 10 gift subs. God damn. Hadokins, that is a lot of love and support. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs going out to everybody. If you got a sub, please say thank you to Hadokins. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate that. He doesn't even care about the gunshots. Although they give you a bit of a demonstration for how this item works. You see, the dog is distracted eating some beef jerky. Giving you an opportunity to attack it. And then you pick up the beef jerky, the usable beef jerky right next to it. Processed dried meat. Sometimes it's just enough to distract monsters. It's meant for dogs, so I think I'll pass. So even though they refer to it as beef jerky, it's like a dog treat. It's like beef, like bacon strips. And if you use it, you put a piece down on the ground, and only 2 enemies will actually care about it. Dogs and slurpers. But you can put this down on the ground to distract those 2 enemies at the very least. Not super useful. There is a hallway later on with some slurpers that is pretty annoying that you can get through a lot more consistently and safely by using the beef jerky. But other than that, there's not much. Secret weapon here. What a weird doorknob. I bet I could, oof, take it off. I love that she says oof. Again, little attentions to detail in Dead by Daylight. If you can't tell, I'm a big Dead by Daylight fan as well. But in Dead by Daylight, when you're playing as Heather, playing as Cheryl, when you cleanse totems and do certain actions, she says oof. It's wonderful. The oof is canonical. Got a beam saber. I love the leopard print handle. It's a beam saber. Very legally distinct. It's not a lightsaber. It's a beam saber. It's a sword shining with a strange force. Still can't sue us, George Lucas. A switch turns the blade on and off. And it even works as a light source. damage-wise, it's not a bad weapon, and it actually is affected by your ranking on previous playthroughs. So I typically speedrun this game, which means your rank at the end is not really good. But if I did a 10-star run and then immediately played extra new game afterwards and picked up this lightsaber, it's actually extended so that the range of it is even longer and the damage is increased as well. There's also a flamethrower that you can pick up that is affected the same way, where if you finish the game with a 10-star ranking, the flamethrower turns from orange to blue. The flames are bigger and do more damage. More dialogue when examining the Halo of the Sun save point again here. It's like a magic circle I remember reading about in a book on black magic. Does it seem so familiar because I read about it in that book? No, that's not it. It's not the book. It's from the altar. Altar? What am I thinking? So again, these sort of repressed memories from her past life as Alessa are starting to break through as the god inside of her is developing. And that influence on her mind, on her thoughts, is starting to show when you're investigating these sorts of things. It doesn't do it for every save point, but it does it for a lot of them, especially early on, where she's remembering sort of all of these symbols, and it's reminding her of places. She mentions an altar, which could be one of several. It could be the altar in the church at the end of this game. She could be referring to the altar that we see Alessa kneeling in front of in Silent Hill 1. That was like the secret, the other church, as Dahlia and Harry refer to it. There's lots of stuff, but none of it really looks like it'll be useful. Don't worry, she knows. She knows what's useful and what's not. These don't even bother. But this... Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. There's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. I like how she calls it a table. It's a pallet. You know all about pallets in Dead by Daylight now. You'd never confuse a pallet for a table today. I love that her response to this is like, she could move this. All these boxes full of books. It's just way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. Like, you have to unpack them and, carry as much as you can. I love that she says she can physically move that stuff and lift up the pallet and get the key, but it's just too much of a pain in the ass. Not going to do it. Appropriate 17-year-old response. Sunshine Princess. That's me. Look at me. Full of sunshine. And lightsabers. I mean beam sabers. Don't sue me, George Lucas. Look, even on extreme difficulty, 3-shot. 3-shot on a closer. It's a decent weapon. The only thing that sucks is this animation, when you ready it, always happens. So, a lot of times, if an enemy is close enough to you, it'll hit you before you get the chance to even get the beam saber out. It's good for closers because you can get behind them and attack before they get that chance. although I did still get smacked. Give him a kick. How dare you touch me? Although that one little touch, that light attack from the closer did a lot of fucking damage. Speaking of which, actually show that for the sake of doing something I don't always show during story playthroughs. So when you're doing extra new game on Silent Hill 3, if you've already beaten the game on hard mode, you unlock the extra option for life display gauge being on and off. So if you turn this on, you can actually see your health and stamina. You can see my stamina depleting as I run, depleting slower as I walk. Same thing for as you use weapons. Everything takes stamina, and then once you're out of stamina, you can see Heather slows down. Her movement is not as fast, and her attacks also become slower. But you can stop and not move at all. Life gauge is yellow, stamina is green. I know, it's completely backwards from what would be today's standards. We Dark Souls now. Also, just to show how much of a difference there is between difficulties. So one of the main things that changes with the action difficulty in this game is your health and stamina. So right now, my health is not full. We can use a health drink, and it'll go up a little bit more. But basically, that bar you see is how much health I have on extreme difficulty. And the stamina, you can see, only goes up so far. And that's how much stamina you've got to deal with. So really quickly, before we continue on to the bookstore puzzle and everything else, I'm going to make a save here. Nice feature of the PC version of Silent Hill 3, you can save anywhere. Or almost anywhere. There's a few exceptions. But we're going to really quickly show easy difficulty. Even more so than that, we're going to show beginner difficulty, which is another option. You can't select it from the title screen, but you have an unlockable extra option to turn beginner mode on, which gives you even more health and stamina. So beginner mode, life display on. Look at the difference between health and stamina on beginner versus extreme difficulty, which is what I'm playing. You have so much health and stamina. It's insane. And then you go back to extreme difficulty. Look at it. Look at the tiny little itty bitty bars. Everything can kill me in like 3 hits. Dogs and slurpers can actually one-shot you. They have a grab attack that you have to mash yourself out of, and you're taking damage the whole time that it's, latched onto you. If you get hit by that grab attack on extreme difficulty and up, you do not have enough stamina to mash out of the attack quickly enough, and you don't have enough health to withstand the animation, even if you mash out as fast as humanly possible. So you just die. If you get a dog biting on you, or if you get a slurper grabbing onto your foot, it's death. Helen's Bakery. So at the start of the playthrough, I was talking about this, but a little bit of a reference to Heather's character. Originally, she was going to be called Helen Mason, but that was in very early drafts of the script. Once they cast Heather's voice actress, whose name is Heather Morris, they decided to change Heather's name to match the name of the voice actress, specifically because she explained to the dev team that the name Heather sounds more appropriate for a younger teenager than Helen. Helen sounds a bit older and more mature. So they decided to go with the name Heather. Here we are in the bakery. Do you know what all this stuff is? You know what all this stuff is in the bakery? Does anybody know what all these things could be? It's bread. It's bread. Now give me my upvotes, Reddit. She said the thing. What always frustrates me just a little bit about this being a meme, the whole funny part of this is that it's just so blunt and so short and just like, yep, that's exactly what it is. As if it's the only thing that she says. But if you actually continue, there's more dialogue. It's bread, but I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. The whole idea of the meme is it's funny because that's all she says, but it's not all she says. I have problems, internet, with your memes. They don't make sense to me. Average Silent Hill 3 enjoyer. Haha, it's bread. It's bread. Look at all this bread. But I'm not really hungry now. Can someone make a bot for Reddit that just anytime somebody says it's bread, it automatically responds with, but I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it? Can any coders watching, they can make a tool that does that? Because I would love to have a bot that just goes through Reddit, and every time someone makes the stupid "it's bread" meme, it just automatically posts the rest of the text. Get this nice designated camera angle to say, hey, this is important. Look at these tongs. We'll get them on the way out. First, we're going to pick up the flamethrower. No fun allowed? This is a no fun allowed stream. We take our Silent Hill memes very, very seriously here. I got a flamethrower. This thing will roast the bad guys, and I don't have to worry about fuel either. Infinite flamethrower. And again, if you finish the game with a 10-star ranking, and then on a follow-up playthrough pick up this flamethrower, it actually changes the flames from orange to blue, and they do more damage. There are no employees around. I wonder where they all went. It's a fantastic question. They go out of their way to make, like, background people noises in the first few areas of the game, and then I love how gradually everyone's just gone, just vanished. No explanation. And there shouldn't be. As much as I love delving into the Silent Hill games and exploring the lore and backstory and history and symbolism of everything, there are absolutely still many, many things in the Silent Hill games that are simply left to mystery. And there should always be mystery to a good, narrative, I think, especially with horror. There should always be a certain level of piecing, the story together and figuring out elements of and explanations of things. But there should never be an explanation for absolutely everything. And I love that there are still so many elements of these games, even when you delve super deep into them and try to figure out explanations for everything. There's a lot of stuff that is just always a mystery. There's a flyer. Crispy toasted dead right to your very door. Everything on sale. Helen's Bakery. They changed that little flyer based on if you've unlocked the flamethrower or not. If you haven't unlocked the flamethrower, it's just a regular unaltered flyer that says crispy toasted bread. But once you unlock the flamethrower, it changes it to crispy toasted dead. And I got a pair of tongs. It's a big pair of tweezer-like tongs for grabbing bread. Also for grabbing keys that are underneath pallets that are a pain in the ass to move. Look at that JPEG behind the counter. There's a lot of textures and stuff like that. Where they're like, there's like, to be fair, this game's got some really good looking textures, especially for the time, like for 2003. But it does also have some very, very clear stuff in the background that is a little more pixely, JPEG-y. Do I look like I know what a dang JPEG is? I got The Key, taken with tongs. Definitely the best PS2 looking game or best looking at PS2 game in your opinion. Yeah, I agree. This is up there. It's up there. I would say this and like Metal Gear Solid 3. Some of the best looking games on the console for PS2. Key taken with tongs. This key was dropped in the storeroom. I used the tongs to get it. There's a tag on the key that says, My Best Sellers. My Best Sellers. A bookstore key. Going to the bookstore. But we're also spawning a bunch of enemies. It's just like Book of Memories, you guys. Get kicked. Oh yeah, and you can bump into walls. It seems like a relatively like minor thing, but like for example in Silent Hill 1, you bump into walls no matter what difficulty you're playing on. Silent Hill 2 started the trend of if you're on hard difficulty, you'll bump into walls. If you're on normal or easy, you won't. And Silent Hill 3 is the same way. If you're on hard mode or up, any of the extreme difficulties, you'll bump. You will bump. So for those who saw my post on Twitter, my tweeter, I pointed out one of the more interesting Easter eggs. It's just sort of a coincidence, but it's a hell of a coincidence. But Norman Reedus is in Silent Hill 3. That's right. The would-be protagonist of Silent Hills, the canceled Silent Hills, was already in a Silent Hill game all the way back in 2003. So there is the image for better comparison. So you can see this poster for this movie. I always forget the name of this one. Hold on. Check my notes. God, what was the name of this movie? Like James Marsden and Norman Reedus. Gossip. It's a movie that came out in 2000. It's called Gossip. But there we go. That is just coincidentally the book cover here. So Norman Reedus in Silent Hill 3 all the way back in 2003, way before PT and Silent Hills and anything. And a lot of this is just actual magazine covers and book covers that Team Silent used to make these textures in order to fill out the bookstore. And there's definitely a lot of repeated textures. Even some familiar ones. Some like 3D generated models and things that like that. The Becoming poster. Ooh, the camera is so wily in this one. It's hard to like zoom in and look at stuff. Yeah, and of course, on that angle, I can't move the camera. And even with all the repeated textures, they do a good job of mixing up all the covers to really make it look like, you know, build up shelves. It's a good level of detail, especially for a PS2 game. All right. Who knows Shakespeare? Because I'll tell you who doesn't know enough Shakespeare to solve this puzzle. Heather Mason. So on hard difficulty, the person who made this puzzle, more specifically, the person who translated this puzzle, is Jeremy Blaustein, has publicly apologized. Literally apologized for this puzzle on Twitter. Because on hard difficulty, this puzzle is fucking stupid. Like, it's ridiculous how many layers there are to it. And it literally requires knowledge of Shakespeare that is outside of what they give you in the game. So, hope you know Shakespeare. Again, the main character doesn't even know enough Shakespeare, and we know that by examining these books. So each book represents a different Shakespeare anthology, a different Shakespeare story. Shakespeare Anthology 1 when you examine it, Heather says, I'm not much for sentimental slop like Romeo and Juliet. So, Anthology 1 is Romeo and Juliet. We need to remember that because that is part of the puzzle. So, Romeo and Juliet. She's familiar with it. Sentimental slop. Got it. Out of all of Shakespeare's works, I would say most people are probably familiar with at least Romeo and Juliet, at least to some very vague, semblance of understanding. Shakespeare Anthology 2. King Lear is in this one. I've never read that. She's never read King Lear. I had to read King Lear in 10th grade, 9th grade, somewhere around there is when we did a lot of Shakespeare. Heather, she skipped that class. She was smoking in the bathroom or something. She's never read King Lear. She doesn't know enough Shakespeare to solve this puzzle. Anthology 3, Macbeth. She's a fan of Macbeth. She knows this one. One line from Macbeth that I just can't forget. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Okay. Very deep thought. She doesn't know the other one, though, but she's a fan of McLear. Macbeth. McLear. Whatever. Same thing. Shakespeare book number 4. Hamlet. Never read it. Hamlet is in this one. I've never read that. Heather says. So that's 2 out of 4 that she doesn't know. Anthology 5. Othello is in this one. I must have read it, but I forgot what happens. So she knows she probably read this at some point, but doesn't remember any of it. So she doesn't remember 3 out of the 5 Shakespeare books that are necessary to solve this. Now, you could argue that, yeah, she has the book. She's standing there holding the books. But if she isn't going to take the time to, move a cardboard box to pick up a key, she's not going to take the time to sit here and read 3 Shakespeare books. She simply doesn't have the Shakespeare knowledge to solve the puzzle. Because here is the puzzle. The first part of it, anyway. In here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? Be as it may, the end doth remain. All go on only toward death. The first words at thy left hand, a false lunacy, a madly dancing man. Hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there, mayhap, true madness at last. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last. I can't even read. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart rent by sorrow. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones! Still amidst lies, though the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death? Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning black to white, or white to black, and black to white. Is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood? This is still going. There's still more. Even if it wasn't so convoluted to be a bunch of references to Shakespeare stories, that if you don't know those stories, you won't understand what they're referring to. But there's so much of it. One vengeful man. I think I know the solution. Alabaster. With the information I've given so far, you already can't know the solution without having looked it up, because that's literally only the first part of the puzzle. You have to also then decipher this. One vengeful man spilled blood for two. Two youths shed tears for three. Three witches disappeared thusly, and only the four keys remain. So on top of already knowing all, like, you have to know the Shakespeare stories so that you know which of the previous paragraphs correlates to which of the Shakespeare works. You have to examine the books in your inventory to know which work of Shakespeare corresponds to which number, and you have to read this to know mathematically what to do with each number in the sequence. Ah, but verily, in here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? There is nothing which cannot become a puppet of fate or an onlooker peering into the cage. So again, we have to figure out every single part of that riddle. It's 5 different paragraphs that all correspond to each story in the 5 books. Book 1 is Romeo and Juliet. Book 2 is King Lear. Book 3 is Macbeth. Book 4 is Hamlet. Book 5 is Othello. So now let's break down each part of the riddle. First, we just have an introduction. In here is a tragedy. The tragedy is this puzzle on hard mode. Again, even the translator for this puzzle apologized for it. Art thou player or audience? Be as it may, the end doth remain. All go on only toward death. The first words at thy left hand. So this is our first book. Thy left hand, meaning you're placing the books on the shelf in order from left to right. A false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there may hap true madness at last. So false lunacy would describe Hamlet. Hamlet was feigning madness. The unhearable words would be the ghost, which is Hamlet's dead father, speaking to him and driving him, or, the false lunacy, referencing Hamlet himself, the unhearable words being the words of his dead father, drawn to a beloved's grave, where Hamlet and Laertes fought at the funeral of Ophelia, Hamlet's beloved, and there may hap true madness at last. So if you read Hamlet, there you go. If you didn't read Hamlet, good luck on the puzzle. Next part. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last.
Who in the hell was that?
Joanna, thank you so much for the 200 bits. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart rent by sorrow. So, piercing a heart, a nameless lover, all references to Romeo and Juliet. Juliet faking her death by using the sleeping potion. The nameless lover, a reference to the, rose by any other name, what's in a name, passage, line from Romeo and Juliet. After Romeo's death, Juliet commits suicide by stabbing herself in the heart with a knife. So the pierced heart, rent by sorrow. So our first book was Hamlet. Our second book is Romeo and Juliet. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones. So, this one is one of the more vague out of all of them. The themes of lying and truth uh, wearing a mask of falsehood, pitiful, miserable ones. All of these things are applicable to multiple Shakespearean works. Now, of course, I've done all these playthroughs where we've explained it, but from the standpoint of somebody trying to solve this realistically, let's say this one is too vague and you can't quite place which story it's talking about. We can actually get this one through process of elimination after getting the other ones. So just to answer it, this would be Macbeth. But in case you couldn't figure that out, we'll continue on and show how you can sort of figure it out through process of elimination. But this is a reference to Macbeth. Part 4. Still amidst lies, though the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death, wilt thou attend to thy beloved, truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black and black to white. So even if you don't understand what Shakespearean story this is referencing, what work this is referencing, they give you an extra hint on the last sentence. A game of turning white to black and black to white, referencing the board game Othello, where you capture pieces and turn your pieces from white to black, or your opponent's pieces from white to black or black to white. So they give you an extra clue by using the reference to the board game, but if you're familiar with Othello, they give you the rest of this. The amidst lies, the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death, attend to thy beloved. So the truths and lies, referencing Iago's lies about Desdemona's adultery. But mostly they give you the clue there at the end, referencing board game. And finally, is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery, a peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood. This would be King Lear. If you figured out that the third verse is Macbeth, then King Lear you would automatically know through process of elimination up to this point. If you were unsure about number 3, this one is a lot more directly related to King Lear. The silence brimming with love, more precious than flattery, referencing King Lear's daughter Cordelia, who loves her father but is not vocal about it, whereas her sisters are always, flattering their father, because they just want his throne after he dies. So this gives you a bit more of a direct reference to the story of King Lear. Again, if you're familiar with King Lear, you can make that connection. If you're not familiar with these works of Shakespeare, too fucking bad. You shouldn't have played Silent Hill 3 on hard mode, or at the very least, you're probably going to wind up looking this up. So that is the order that we place the books on the shelf. But that is not the solution to the puzzle. So again, the first book was Hamlet. So that first passage was a reference to Hamlet. The second passage was a reference to Romeo and Juliet, which was book number 1. The third book was a reference to Macbeth, which was book number 3. The fourth book was a reference to Othello, which was book number 5. And the last was King Lear, which was book number 2. So we have the order, but if we try to plug this into the keypad, it doesn't work. 41352. Doesn't work. Because we still have the last part of the puzzle to do. As if that wasn't enough. Let's say you know Shakespeare. Let's say you figure out the order of the books. You still have to figure out this. One vengeful man spilled blood for two youths shed tears for three witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. So, more references to each of those stories. One vengeful man spilled blood for 2. The vengeful man is a reference to Hamlet, book number 4. Spilled blood for 2 means that you're supposed to figure out to multiply the number of the book by 2. So you have to know that the vengeful man is referencing Hamlet. You have to figure out that spilling blood for 2 means to multiply by 2, not add 2, not divide by 2, multiply by 2. And you have to know that the book number for Hamlet is book number 4. So you take book number 4, multiply it by 2, and that gives you 8. So our first number is 8. 2 youths shed tears for 3. The 2 youths are Romeo and Juliet. Shedding tears for 3 means that you're multiplying by 3. So 1 times 3 is 3. So our second number in the sequence is 3. So we have 8 and 3. Again, you have to know Romeo and Juliet, that it is 2 youths. You have to figure out that shed tears for 3 means to multiply by 3. And you have to know which book number was Romeo and Juliet, which was book number 1. Then you have the 3 witches disappeared thusly, meaning that the 3 witches that appear in Macbeth completely disappear. You take Macbeth, which is book number 3, and completely remove it from the equation. You take it out of the shelf. So after that, only the 4 keys remain. So first book number is 4. You multiply it by 2 for 8. Second book number is 1. You multiply it by 3 for 3. You completely remove book 3 from the shelf, and all that's left is Othello, book number 5, and King Lear, book number 2. Even looking at notes, even explaining this a million times, this is so convoluted. So then only the 4 keys remain. So that gives you 8, 3, 5, 2. Whoops. Eight, 3, 5, 2, and the door unlocks. If you don't have knowledge of Shakespeare, sorry. If English is not like your primary language, sorry. Even if English is your primary language, I know plenty of people who don't know enough Shakespeare to solve this puzzle. And again, Heather herself has not read or doesn't remember 3 out of those 5 books. Wayward Son, thank you so much for the 62 months of subscription in a row. That is a lot of love and support. Thank you, thank you. Wanted to wait till after you solve that puzzle. I appreciate that. There's so much to explain, and no matter how many times I do it, it's so unnecessarily convoluted. But that is the Shakespeare bookstore puzzle on hard mode. Imagine getting this game day 1 and being like, I already played Silent Hill 1. I already played Silent Hill 2. I'm jumping straight into hard mode on Silent Hill 3, and this is your first puzzle. Hey, Claudia.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
So many good aspects of that scene. I love this music. So many background songs and things in this game have that like almost like throat singing type of chanting and sounds in the background. It's all just very, very weird. Then you have Claudia, you know, very much coming off, again, a lot of parallels to Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1, you have Dahlia Gillespie, this cult member, giving Harry Mason vague references and clues to sort of pull him along, string him along. Now we have Claudia, who needs Heather for her plans, who needs to string her along, and is being somewhat vague and obtuse about the information that she's giving. And I love Heather's blunt teenage girl response to Claudia being weird and saying all this weird stuff and just saying, "So what?" So you'll notice we didn't have our flashlight and radio since the start of the game. So we're about to get the first of those. We're going to get the radio. Dark Knight Aria, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your time here. Boom. Radio. They just fling it at you. From off screen, it just drops. Silent Hill 1, you pick it up off the dining room table in Cafe 5-2. Silent Hill 2, you find it on the barrel right outside the construction site after fighting the first lying figure. Silent Hill 3, fuck you, here's your radio. Pulling it at you as hard as I can. A radio? What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to wake up?
Yeah, we get our glimpse of Valtiel. Great imagery there, just in general. There's some bodies on the ground that distract the dogs. Kind of gives you an opportunity to get up and attack them. Flamethrower. Love those hit sounds. At least the game audio doesn't completely break whenever you're hitting something really quickly, like with the flamethrower. Doesn't break all of the game audio like Book of Memories. A game that came out 9 years later and is still worse in every way possible. Health drinks. Doesn't look like there's anything else useful on the shelf. Got an ampule. Let's examine all these things. The radio, the description, and everything is exactly the same as examining it in the nightmare. The pendant is new. This is just discreetly in your inventory at the start of the game. It's not in the nightmare sequence, but once you wake up from the diner, it is. Dad gave me this pendant on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. There's a red jewel inside, like a little red tablet. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, "Just a lucky charm." He said it just like that, too. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. So that red tablet is a glophatus, the same red substance in Silent Hill 1 used to force the god out of Alessa's body for the final boss fight. It's also used to force the demon slug that's possessing Sybil out of her body. So this is a demon repellent. A glophatus expels demons from physical forms, which is going to really come in handy later when we need to expel this demon or cult's god from Heather that she doesn't even know that she's carrying yet. Get a little extra dialogue about the knife that wasn't there during the nightmare sequence in the beginning. I know it's terrible, but I just love walking around with this. Of course, this is the first time I've used it against anything living. So she already just liked walking around with the switchblade. That's why you don't pick this up. This is Heather's daily carry knife. She always has this knife. But she's never had to stab anything living with it. I guess technically we still haven't. We'll stab something just to make the description accurate. And the ampule. This is the stuff. I love it. The fucking descriptions on items. Even these have personality. This is the stuff. It'll wipe out all the pain and help recover my strength. It's the highest healing item in the game. And it also gives you unlimited stamina for 2 whole minutes. Very, very good. Very good item. And you only get so many of them throughout the game. Another save point where Heather will comment on it. This again. Looking at it makes my head hurt, but at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important, but I also have the feeling that I'd be better off not remembering it. Again, this is my favorite game when it comes to interactive character dialogue. Like, the things that you examine in the world in Silent Hill 1 and 2, most of the time, Harry and James have almost nothing to say about the things in the environment outside of, like, this is not useful to me. You know? There's a couple things that they talk about and express, you know, some detail on. But Silent Hill 3, like, so much in the inventory you can look at and examine and get dialogue. And you don't just get generic dialogue most of the time. You get personality for Heather, even if it's just how she says something, you know, saying that something is like so familiar and like adding in the tendency to talk that way adds to her personality. There are books and magazines here, but I have no time to read them. Let's go ahead and equip these health drinks. Nice feature of this game, you can equip supplies in order to use them quickly without opening the menu. A feature that a lot of people who casually play this game probably never use. You can equip health drinks so that you can heal on the fly without opening the menu. You can equip bullets so that you can reload guns quicker. Of course, you can equip the beef jerky to place down and distract dogs and slurpers. DJ Rebirth. DJ Rebirth. DJ Rebirth, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good stream, dude. Hope you had a good time. Welcome, everybody, coming over with DJ Rebirth. I'm Nub Zombie. We're chilling. We're playing some Silent Hill 3 today. Doing an in-depth story playthrough, talking about all the story, the lore, trivia, development history, all sorts of cool stuff. But really quickly, let me do a shout out for everyone here. If you're not already following DJ Rebirth, please go follow DJ Rebirth. A great dude. Hopefully get to see you in person at another live event at some time. It was really nice meeting you before. God, that's already been like almost 3 years ago. But yeah, hope you're doing well. DJ Rebirth is great. Go follow. Go follow. You were doing some Silent Hill 4 speedruns tonight? Nice. Nice. Hope it went well. Hope the RNG was treating you nice. Come here. You're gonna get stabbed. Hiya. There. We've officially stabbed something living with Heather's knife. So now this makes sense. She loves to walk around with it, but this is the first time she's used it against anything living. Flamethrower. Boys. Cool. Have to lay down before Valtiel drags you off, but nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Saint. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, definitely get you some good sleep. Some of that good sleep. Where phones would be. But it's ripped off and like on the floor. Funny enough, they recreate all of this section of the mall for the Silent Hill arcade game, which anyone who has never seen the arcade game, it's a first-person like light gun shooter, similar to like a rail shooter, House of the Dead style, basically, but with Silent Hill locations and monsters. And you get a little cutscene here in the arcade version, in the arcade game, where there is a phone right here that rings, and you hear some dialogue. You see one of the characters, the little girl, Hannah, running by in this hallway. Whoever thought Silent Hill would make a great arcade shooter needs to be fired. Hey, I like the arcade shooter a lot more than I like the dungeon crawler. Tell you that much. Warning. When leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. So there's your clue to turn the lights off in this room. And even if you don't turn the lights off, you can still pick up the flashlight. It's right there. It's teeny tiny, and it's just wedged in between those boxes. But it's there, and you can just go and pick it up. If you interact with this and turn off the lights, the way the warning tells you to, the flashlight turns on, revealing it. Flashlight in my chest pocket, a must-have in the darkness. Monsters will notice me more easily when it's on. Same description that we get in the nightmare. I like how she talks about it like it's just been hers the whole time. It's a must-have in the darkness. I keep it in my chest pocket. I just found it. 2 seconds ago. The what now? Oh, you don't know about Silent Hill Book of Memories? The dungeon crawler RPG for the PlayStation Vita? Well, good / bad news for you. I play it. Bad news for me, really. I play it every Monday for a segment called Book of Mondays, because there are 500 zones, and I have been grinding slowly towards zone 500 for the last several years. So if you're interested, I'm actually in the process of uploading all of my Book of Memories playthroughs leading up to that 500th zone on YouTube. And we're still about... Where did we leave off? I think we're like 85 or 86 zones away from 500. So, exclamation point YouTube, there's the link in chat. If you want to follow my YouTube, I've also got everything archived here on Twitch. But, yeah. If you want to watch several hundred floors of the most mind-numbing, awful dungeon crawler you've ever seen, it's there. I got Bleach. Do you have Platinum Trophy for Book of Memories? No. Technically, I could go for it. But no. Mainly because it requires some very specific things to happen in multiplayer games, which my girlfriend Rachel also plays Book of Memories with me from time to time. So we could get those trophies if we really wanted them. I just don't care that much. But I don't know. Maybe we'll platinum it before 500. We'll go out of our way and do that. But yeah, if you want to know more about Book of Memories, I'll be on... Shit, it's 3 a.m. It's technically Monday today, so I'll be on tonight, probably around 10 p.m. Eastern or so, playing some Book of Memories. So if you want to come and check it out live, I'll see you tonight. This stall from the beginning of the game, this time in the other world, if you knock on it, is someone actually in there. You get a response. You get someone who knocks back. And as you start to walk away, the stall door opens. It's soaking with blood, but there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? Great little subtle, like, scare setup. Ugh, a filthy toilet. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. So there is a Easter egg, a Silent Hill 2 Easter egg. Because I'm playing the PC version of Silent Hill 3 that is unmodded, this is just the base PC version. This does not, by default, include those Silent Hill 2 references, Easter eggs. But if you're playing this on a PS2, or if you're playing a modded version of the PC version, there is an optional Easter egg that happens here if you have Silent Hill 2 save data, where Heather says, "There's something in the toilet, should I reach in and get it?" And then it plays a short cutscene where Heather is about to reach into the toilet and then stops, turns around and says, "This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something like that?" So like a direct reference to James doing exactly that in Silent Hill 2. I've shown it on previous story playthroughs, but this version of the game that I'm playing for this particular playthrough does not have those Easter eggs enabled. And we picked up some bleach in there, the sort of stuff you'd use to clean a toilet. I think I have the same kind at home. The bottle says, "Danger, do not mix." Mix with an acidic detergent and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. We're going to need that for a puzzle later. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Ooh, okay. So because I'm on Extreme 1, I can actually mash out before dying. If this was on any like higher difficulty, I think Extreme 2 and onward, definitely on Extreme 10, because I've done Extreme 10 playthroughs, which is the hardest difficulty. For a while, I had the Extreme 10 speedrun world record a couple years ago. But on Extreme 10, that attack, you saw that purple bar appear underneath the stamina meter. That was how much you have to mash buttons in order to get out of that attack. It's essentially like a grapple when the dog bites onto Heather's leg. And it does so much damage, and it takes so long to get rid of that bar, to mash out of it on higher extreme difficulty levels, that if you get hit by it, it's just guaranteed death. I don't like Book of Memories, but been playing it for the last few years every Monday. Well, Milky Tea, somebody has to. I'm also a Silent Hill completionist and a big proponent of having accurate Silent Hill information out there on the internet. And do you know what is not out there on the internet? Somebody recording themselves playing all 500 zones of Silent Hill Book of Memories. It's not out there. Nobody's ever done it. There's a very clear reason why nobody's ever done it. But it was more or less a case of like somebody had to do it, nobody else was doing it, so I'm doing it. Is there even any story to Book of Memories? There is. If you check my YouTube, I've got a full story playthrough of Book of Memories because there's only 21 zones. In the first 21 zones of Book of Memories is the entire story. After 21 zones, you get an ending, you get credits, and that's the end of the story. But it's a procedurally generated dungeon crawler, so you can just keep playing zone after zone after zone after finishing the story all the way up to zone 500. Which I am 80-something zones away. And yeah, like I said, I'm the only person who's actually recorded playing all 500. Got a hanger. Gonna need that hanger. These clothes are awfully dirty. They're stained with blood spatters. They weren't like this before. What could have happened? I like Heather acknowledging how much more messed up everything is in the environment compared to how it was before. There's a creepy sound effect, like wood creaking or falling, that only happens if you try and examine that back corner. Just like a bit of an audio jump scare. Go ahead and use one of our health drinks. But healing items are few and far between on extreme difficulty. And things can do obviously a lot more damage. And our health bar is much, much smaller. So one of the better strategies to use on harder difficulties, only heal when you are one hit away from death. Because the way the health system works in this game, you basically don't die when you get to 0 HP. You die when you get hit at 0 HP. So if an attack would normally kill you, let's say you have 10 HP and you get hit by an attack that does 20 HP. It doesn't kill you. It takes you to 0. And then if something else hits you while you're at 0, you die. So you kind of want to save your healing and only use it when you're at 0 so that the next hit, no matter what it is, won't kill you. And then you just heal only after taking damage. It's a good way to conserve healing items for when you actually want them. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 has the same health system. A ladder is hanging halfway down from the ceiling. Even if I stand on the table and stretch my hands out, I can't reach it. If only I had something long to snag it. Well, I mean, we've got guns and wands, vests, a necklace, a lot of stuff that would honestly probably work. But specifically, we need to use the coat hanger. The wire coat hanger that we got at the boutique. Now, this is one of those things that a lot of people might... I've gotten negative comments on some of my story playthroughs over the years, where people are upset that I don't go more into like the symbolism of certain things. And a lot of that is because over the years, I've gotten more leaning towards my personal preference of only talking about things in the game, for the most part, that have like a citation. So as far as talking about symbolism of things, if a developer has said something about it, then I relay that information. If it's just a fan theory, even if it's very, very plausible with no official background to it, then I don't normally talk about it too much. So this hangar, for example, there's a lot of underlying themes in Silent Hill 3 to abortion. Heather is essentially pregnant with a god, a deity, a demon of the cult that is reborn along with her. At the end of Silent Hill 1, Alessa sacrifices her life in order to let Harry Mason escape, along with a reincarnated version of herself, a small baby. So that baby, at the end, the good ending of Silent Hill 1, 17 years later, is Heather, as we see her now. But when she was reincarnated, she was also given birth to this demon, this god, that is the final boss of Silent Hill 1. And that god is still inside of Heather after the reincarnation. And essentially, towards the end of this game, you are working your way up to aborting that pregnancy. You're getting that god that Heather is pregnant with out of her body. So a lot of fans speculate that the reason the hangar is used to pull down that ladder and progress is supposed to be the idea of do-it-yourself coat hanger abortions, which are unfortunately a real thing. But even though that could be, and even though that may be the intention, it's not something that's ever been confirmed that was the intent by Team Silent. So for everybody who wants to leave negative comments about things that I don't go into more depth about, just because you saw some other YouTuber or streamer talk about their theories, no matter how popular or common those theories might be, if it doesn't have like an official source to back it up, I usually don't talk about it too much. Because even not talking about the unofficial things, it takes me 12 plus hours to explain everything else that is actually, given information in these games. There you go. Got a staticky TV here. Very reminiscent, another parallel. The staticky TVs that we find in the town center in Silent Hill 1. Harry comes across some TVs outside of the Vestal Gigastore in the town center that have Cheryl and Alessa's images briefly shown in between the static. And if you examine this, you see the subtitle for Daddy, and there you can very faintly through the static see Cheryl. The same cutscene, the same Cheryl model from Silent Hill 1 behind that static. So we're paralleling that time in Silent Hill 1 where Harry sees the exact same image of Cheryl on a TV in a town center, very much like we are now. But this game, again, I love all the parallels between 1 and 3. 3 is such a great sequel to 1 and does a good job of doing all these little throwbacks to moments in the first game. Now I want to talk a little bit about some trivia behind the scenes type stuff with why that audio of Cheryl saying Daddy is not there. So if you play this game on PlayStation 2, or if you play it on the HD collection and hear a different voice, I suppose, there is audio. You do hear the original audio. If you play on PS2, you hear the original audio of Cheryl saying Daddy from Silent Hill 1. But Konami wound up causing a lawsuit. Big surprise, right? So in Silent Hill 3, when it first released on PS2, it used a lot of audio from Silent Hill 1. You get that voice clip of Cheryl, you get a voice clip later because of Harry, and you get a voice clip later of Lisa Garland. Now, somebody told Thessaly Lerner, and Thessaly Lerner, who is the voice actress of Lisa Garland, said that it was in her contract that her audio was only supposed to be used for Silent Hill 1. So for Konami to reuse those Silent Hill 1 audio clips, they would have needed to contact and renegotiate aspects of the contract with those original voice actors. So the voice actress for Cheryl, the voice actor for Harry, and the voice actress, Thessaly Lerner, who voices Lisa. But because Lisa heard about this after the PS2 release, she approached Konami. She said, hey, I'm within my rights. I'm going to take you to court if you don't pay me, for the usage of my work outside of Silent Hill 1. And rather than let the issue go to court, Konami settled with Thessaly Lerner outside of court. She said in an interview that they gave her, quote, a couple $1,000. So they probably didn't give her more than like $2,000 or so. And what they did, so that none of the other voice actors tried to come forward with any follow-up lawsuits for the PC release, which happened after this event took place, they just removed all the Silent Hill 1 audio clips entirely. So that's why there's no audio there for Cheryl saying daddy. That's why later, when you would normally hear Harry Mason's voice, there's only subtitles. And during the flashback sequence to the Silent Hill 1 VHS tape of Lisa, it's also missing the Lisa dialogue. And that's only in the in the PC version. If you play this on PS2, all that dialogue is intact. If you play it on HD collection, the voices are there, but they're redubbed. So, a little bit of history on Konami and lawsuits and how it affected the PC release of this game. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. Yeah, we're starting to see gurneys with bodies covering. Very reminiscent of similar gurneys with bodies on them that we see in Silent Hill 1. Even in the Nightmare Alley at the very beginning of Silent Hill 1 is a body on a gurney covered very much like that one. More parallels. And a walnut. This is where subscribers can spam Nubnut. Or NubQN. Walnut hype. This is where the walnut used to be. I used to be the world record holder for Silent Hill 3 for a couple of categories, very briefly. And when I was speedrunning this game a lot, we just kind of had a running joke in the channel about Quick Nut, where you run through this room, you barely turn to the left, pick up the walnut, and then continue running straight to get to this door when you go through this room. And that's why I have nut emotes. It's just because of this one moment, this one room right here. The Quick Nut. Got to get through this room quickly. Pick up that nut quickly. Get that Quick Nut. There was a nice silver ring in here the last time I came. Bummer that it's gone, huh? I like that she says bummer that it's gone. Like, if it wasn't gone, we would have stolen that shit. Is that how I'm hearing it? And later on, Heather even says that she can act like a bit of a klepto sometimes. So I think it's funny that the typical survival horror protagonist aspect of like picking up random items is actually written into Heather's character. Like, they make it known that the character likes to steal shiny things. She just likes to pick stuff up. They made it part of her personality. This elevator is the same as that weird one earlier. Did I get to this world by riding in this thing? Oh god. And I missed the text because there's an enemy coming. Even the call button seems to be broken. The doors just won't move. Just like that. It's easy to miss a little bit of text here and there. Lots of stuff is posted on the wall here, but nothing of any use. Oh, and I'm bumping into walls. Kick. Burn. Kick. Burn. Kick, kick, burn. Looking forward to all the new Silent Hill stuff. Went from no Silent Hill to so much. Yeah, Gizzo. To a certain degree. It's nice just to have new Silent Hill stuff happening again. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that at least some of it turns out good. But it's way too early to really say much about it now. But I'll definitely be covering all of it in great detail once all the new games come out. So, if for all of you who enjoy my in-depth story playthroughs, this is the first time since I've started streaming that we've had new Silent Hill games come out. So everyone will get to experience what it's like for me going through new Silent Hill games for a first time, and how I play them, and how I look at things and analyze things and learn things, starting from the very beginning. So that's going to be exciting. You get to see the build-up of the in-depth playthrough. Can't wait to have an opinion on the new games once Nub plays them. Hopefully you will play them and form your own opinions. As I guarantee I'm going to be blinded by nostalgia goggles and hypercritical of all of the new games. Just putting that out there right now. I'm one of those difficult to please Silent Hill fans. Difficult to please horror fan in general. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying not to be too negative, too pessimistic, about all the new stuff. It's exciting just to have new stuff to talk about. Just chillin'. Thank you so much for the 52 months. Good old Nubster with the lore. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being here, hanging out. Hope you're doing well. Bunch of dismembered mannequins. Ooh, gotta catch my breath. Talking about these mannequins. Heather's getting tired. This store used to have really nice stuff, but now it's all falling apart like years have passed or something. I like that that's how Heather interprets it. It's not just like a nightmare world. To her, it looks like it's just a lot of time has passed. There's a mannequin arm and body on the floor in the dressing room. I know it's just a big doll, but it's still downright nasty. That's nasty. See, even just the use of words, the way Heather describes things, I love how much character that gives her. Yeah, how nasty that is. Handgun bullets that we probably won't ever use. Nothing in the dirty cardboard box. Unfortunate. that leads us to the same hallway where we were before. The elevator and closer are. This door is locked. So we're going to have to come back after we check upstairs. Come on, dog. Come on, doggo. Weirdly enough, there's this little bathroom back here that's got like nothing in it. Also, apparently, it's got very slippery floors where Heather just can't quite get in there. Just scoots her right backwards. Because there's a different bathroom that has the Silent Hill 2 Easter egg, and a third different bathroom that has the bleach that you have to pick up for a puzzle. But then there's this bathroom that just has like nothing, not even anything to interact with. Such a waste of a room. I wonder if originally they had like other things there that wound up not making the final cut of the game. Look at all these buildings.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Valtiel, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Nub, have you played or have any plans to play Signalis? Eventually, yeah. There's a lot of games that I plan on playing, and Signalis is included. It's just a lot of new games to buy that I can't really afford right now. Once we're through the holidays, I'll be catching up on a lot of things like Signalis, Scorn. I'm planning on doing a lot of playthroughs for research for all the new Silent Hill games that are coming out. So I'm going to be playing Bloober Team games like The Medium and Blair Witch Project. I'm going to be playing Annapurna published games since they're publishing Townfall. We're going to basically be playing a lot of stuff from the people who are developing all the new Silent Hill things. So, but we'll probably start with all of that next year, going into next year. Next year is only like 3-4 weeks away anyway, so very soon we'll be getting to all that. Rows of wine bottles. I don't really feel like eating and drinking stuff from an alternate reality, okay? Love that. It's very like fourth wall. Like, yeah, exactly. I don't want to eat and drink stuff from this alternate reality. But this health drink, it's full of nutrition and should help me recover at least a little bit of my strength. I'll drink this. These are fine. Those gotta be perfectly normal healing items. What is this? Barbecued dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Got a cooked key. Nothing else to worry about here. Other than who the hell is sick enough to do something like this, that is. And even that, I'd really just rather not know. Poor dog. They even took their time. Look at the, look at the broth. Look at the plating. Look at all these, leaves, the lettuce leaves all around it. Little carrots, the little cut up carrots next to the stomach. They put some effort into this. Like a Gordon Ramsay roasted dog. Just a roasted dog anyway. I shouldn't let that creep me out. Cooked key. This key was in the barbecued dog at the restaurant. Yuck. We have to specify. Yuck. It's gross. It's yucky. Don't like it. Very interesting door here with a halo of the sun that can be very easy to miss, because if you just run up to this door normally, you can barely see it at the top of your screen. But if you go into self-view mode, where you can manipulate the camera, you can look up and see that faded, almost blue halo of the sun, which the color of the halo of the sun symbol actually has meaning. It has purpose when it's written in or drawn in specific colors. So later on, much later, remember this for 10 hours from now, when we're near the end of the game and we find a book that explains the difference in the halo of the sun colors. It's locked. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. Something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. One of those interesting things that there, again, is no direct explanation to what this means, but there's different aspects of it that we can sort of try and interpret. A lot of people speculate the 300th day, the use of 300 days is relatively close to the human gestation period, when, the time from inception to birth, conception to birth. So, interesting little way to interpret it, but it's not exactly right. It's a little bit too long. So, again, I don't want to speculate too much on things that don't have a definitive answer. Sorry, my cat is doing stuff in the background. I'm being loud. Vinny! Sorry, give me a second. Okay. Sorry about that. But the cats just have to be chaos. Harry Meowson is the best cat name you've ever heard. Yeah, I miss my Harry. He's fine. He's living in Texas with my mom. But yeah, I moved to Georgia And the cats had to stay there. But me and Rachel have 2 cats. We have Vinny and Ziggy. More health drinks. Here's our steel pipe. I'll grab that in a moment. There are glasses and plates on the counter. But there's really nothing important here. Okay. Got a steel pipe. There's warm steam coming out of the pipe, but there's nothing else interesting going on here. We're not concerned by the steam at all. But same description as the intro, the nightmare sequence at the start. A steel pipe, about 3 feet long, not very powerful, not hard to use. And actually, what we're going to be using to kill the first boss. We're going to use that pipe. Because it's a very reliable way to safely kill the first boss. Hey, what's up, Zappa? Hope you're doing well, man. Never seen you kill those pendulums? Yeah, I'm taking the time to kill some enemies. Look at their weird animations, especially when you get them with the flamethrower. They tend to get, like, animation locked. But yeah, a lot of times when I'm playing, I just run past enemies. Especially, you know, if you watch me do speedruns. It wastes a lot of time stopping and fighting stuff, but sometimes it's fun to show off the combat in this game. I'm a fan of the combat mechanics and stuff in this game, so worth showing. Don't know what kind of switch it is, but it's on. Did you turn the switch off? Not yet. 6 shadows? Yeah, the fact that they have the shadows moving with the fan. Just this imagery. Gives a really good visual. Not to mention, thematically, the spinning fans have been a part of the Silent Hill environment since the first game. I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's got to be a way. I can't very well stab them one by one. Some insecticide would do the trick. What about a flamethrower? Apparently that also won't work. When you turn the switch off, I like how the fan very gradually comes to a stop. Got that whole animation to slow down and stop. So now we can use this bucket, this empty bucket, to create some insecticide. We picked up the bleach earlier, and we just picked up the detergent before this hallway. It was next to the bakery sink. It's not for dishes, though. It's for the bathroom. The bottle says, "Danger, do not mix." Mix with chlorine bleach, and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. So we're making chlorine gas to kill these bugs. And I'm going to explain a little bit about difficulties in different riddle difficulties. So it's mixed together to make the bleach. Now, we're playing this game on extreme difficulty, and we're playing this game on hard riddle. And if you play this game on easy riddles, this puzzle is completely gone. There are no bugs in the hallway. There's no bleach to pick up. There's no detergent to pick up. This puzzle is just removed entirely from easy. If you play on normal riddles, this puzzle is still here, but once you mix the chlorine gas, if you try to go back into the hallway without ventilating it, turning the fan back on, you get a warning at the door. So it'll tell you, like, the hallway's going to be filled with chlorine gas. I should turn the fans back on. If you're playing on hard riddle difficulty, like I am, once you do this, once you mix the chemicals for the gas, it doesn't give you a warning. If you walk into the hallway, you're in the chlorine gas, and the longer you stay in it, you can see it does a lot of damage on extreme difficulty. So, little difference there between your easy, normal, and hard riddles, even for this kind of puzzle. What are the two bars at the top? Health and stamina. It's an unlockable option. If you beat Silent Hill 3 on hard mode, you have the option to turn on visible life and stamina bars. The vent fan switch is off. Turn it back on. Hallway is now ventilated. Bugs are now dead. The bucket is now empty. I used this to make gas earlier. Best not to stick my head in too far. Who knows what's left in there? Deadly chemicals. We know. Nope, there are no mods. This is unmodded PC version of Silent Hill 3. This whole big open area with all of these missing areas of the floor. You absolutely can fall and die in any of these holes. Unless you're playing on easy action. If you play on easy action difficulty, why aren't you dying? It is impossible to fall down holes. Oh, we're almost dead. Okay, so there is the health mechanic in action. We got hit by an attack that would have killed us, but it doesn't kill us. It takes us to 0. Die when you get hit at 0 HP. Right now, I got hit again. We're just gonna run. Because we're wasting too many supplies. And there's no reason to kill them. There's the movement canceling text, which is one of my least favorite things about this game. I love how you can examine all the things in the environment and get text. But if you're even slightly still holding a movement button, like I was strafing over to this and then let go, and then tried to examine the text, but because Heather still had momentum and was moving, and I was letting go of the button, it skips all that text. And the text is just gone. Like, you only get Heather's description there once. Because anytime you examine it again, it just goes to the save menu. So, unfortunately, there's a lot of text that accidentally gets skipped very easily. Not much to be done about it. It just happens. There are shackles here. They look pretty broken in. Gross. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. I don't want to even think about what this platform was used for. All this torture device type stuff. These cages, very similar to the cages that held bodies in Silent Hill 2 in Pyramid Head's room, where you pick up the great knife. There's a sort of vice here. Well, we're going to use that sort of vice to sorta break this walnut. No nut in the walnut shell, just a jewel. Got a moonstone. Just a type of jewel, not really from the moon. It was inside the walnut, somehow. Never explained. Lots of people have speculated on the significance of the walnut and the moonstone inside of it. But again, one of those elements of the game that does not have a direct explanation, either in-game or from devs. Oh, I'm dying. We're good. Yeah, we're fine. Just gonna quick save. Yep. Of course that's gonna happen. I'll kill you through the bar. Never tried. Oh, you can. I'm like, I know with guns and things you can't kill him over the bar, but I thought because of the flamethrower's weird hitbox, that might work. So much HP? Yep, that is extreme action difficulty at work. I have very little HP, and monsters have a ton. And just do a lot more damage in general. So here's that door from earlier that had the crescent moon shape and a round dent. And boom. Can't imagine Extreme 10. You can still watch my former Extreme 10 world record run on my YouTube channel, !YT in chat, if you're not already subscribed or following my YouTube stuff. But if you want to see what Extreme 10 looks like, you want to see my former world record run of it, it's pretty insane. Because, yeah, pretty much everything can two-shot you, and certain enemies, dogs and slurpers, can one-shot you. Bosses are like insane to deal with. Especially Leonard. Leonard can be a really big pain. The missionary can be a really big pain. Oh. One shots even with the HP mechanic? Yes. Because the way that it works, the dog one shot and the slurper one shot, they basically have a grab attack. The longer that they are grabbing you, the more damage you take. And you have to mash buttons to get out of that grab attack. But on Extreme 10 difficulty, you take so much damage and it takes so long to mash out of the attack that if either of those grab attacks hit you, even at full health, you just die. You can't mash out fast enough before the damage done kills you. Speaking of which, we're going to switch to the steel pipe here, and we're going to equip our ampule, because not only is this going to mostly heal us, but it's going to give us infinite stamina for the duration of this worm fight. And we're going to basically stun lock the worm with a pattern, specific pattern with the steel pipe. And having infinite stamina means that our steel pipe attacks will not slow down, allowing us to keep the worm stun locked. And here's the split head worm boss. Again, I don't want to speculate too much about things that are not directly referenced in-game, what they're supposed to represent, or that developers have commented on, but this game has a lot of symbolism revolving around pregnancy and impregnation and birth and rebirth. And combined with those overarching themes and the appearance of this monster, a lot of fans commonly theorize that's a penis. And we're gonna poke it with a rod. Oh, we didn't get the stun lock. That's so unlucky. Look at our stamina bar because of the ampule. So we're going to hit it 1, 2. 1, 2. Walk forward. Block. 1, 2. Walk forward. Block. 2. Walk forward. Block. 1, 2, walk forward, block. 1, 2, walk forward, block. And rinse and repeat. You don't want to forget to walk forward, because every time you attack, it bounces you backwards until you'll miss. And if you miss, the worm will hit you. But if you get locked into that pattern and don't mess up your timing, easily take care of that worm, even on Extreme 10.
What? It's the shopping mall just like before. Am I back?
Does blocking damage change with different enemies? It does. Different attacks, in fact. Every attack has a set amount of damage that it does. And the block mechanic essentially reduces the damage of an attack down to, I think, 10% of what it would normally do. maybe even less. You can actually negate damage completely if you're wearing the bulletproof vest and blocking. But it reduces your movement speed, so I tend to not equip it very often. But you can block and take no damage if you block and use this. But yeah, every attack essentially does a different amount of damage. It scales appropriately when blocking. And that's another one of those things. Most people play this game many, many times and don't even realize that there is a block mechanic. Which, if for those who don't know, if you ready your weapon and then press the walk button, like you have a button to normally walk or run. So if you ready weapon and then press walk, you block. But you can't just sit and hold it. Like, I'm holding down the button, but you can see it's just a small window. It's a little bit more like a Dark Souls parry. It's way more lenient than that, but it's not just a block that you can sit and hold and wait for an attack to hit you. You have to get used to the enemy's attacks and how quickly they move, and then block just as the attack is hitting. Here's the dining room table and the Happy Burger from the very start of the game where Heather woke up. And if you examine it, you get some dialogue. This is where I was sleeping earlier. Hell, I might still be sleeping here for all I know. I wish I were. Look at that king-sized Happy Burger. Let me get a number 4, a number 9, a number 9 with extra dip. Let's go.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Appropriate response. 50-something-year-old man asking 17-year-old girl, what do I do now? What should I do? Hell if I know. You're the fucking adult. Go figure shit out. Put on some pants. Go buy a shirt. Yeah, and for people wondering about the no shirt, no pants Douglas, again, this is unmodded PC version. There's just a ton of stuff to unlock in Silent Hill 3, and that's one of them. If you use the infamous Konami code, up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start, which is the original Konami code, if you replace B and A with basically whatever your confirm button is and whatever your cancel button is, so if you put that code in for the, as you're selecting the extra new game option, it doesn't work for new game, only extra new game. So it's new game plus only. But if you basically highlight over extra new game, input the Konami code, and then select extra new game, Douglas will not be wearing a shirt or pants throughout the rest of the game. How much is the PC version? That's a great question, because Konami never, ever sold it digitally. The PC version of Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill 2 for that matter, only ever got physical PC releases. So it's however much you can buy it from a collector for, because it's no longer sold or produced, and hasn't been for almost 20 years. And physical copies are kind of stupid, ridiculous, expensive right now. Like, usually a couple $100. There's our boy. Growing strong and healthy, it's Minmo! Minmo Cat Foods. Look at Minmo. Look at him growing strong and healthy. Look at that Comic Sans. Everybody complains about Comic Sans in HD collection. Comic Sans was in Silent Hill 3. It's in Silent Hill 4 too. The sign for the Wish House orphanage is written in Comic Sans. Of course, we have another Minmo. More Minmo love over here. Heather running first face into Minmo because she loves him so much. Oh. And here we have the infamous subway, where I think I probably spent most of the game when I very first played this game back in 2003. I think I got lost in the subway longer than any other place in the game. There's a subway map here, but even without looking at this, I still know my way home. I like how Heather's confident. She's like, I can get through the subway, no problem. I know my way. I just need to get on the Bergen Street train at platform 3. Silent Hill 3 has 6 discs. There was actually 2 PC versions of Silent Hill 3 released. There is a 6 CD version, and then there is a single DVD version that got released a little bit later. But both versions are pretty expensive last I checked. There's a newspaper left on top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata college-bound train. The victim died instantly. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He is approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper is 4 months old. What's it doing here now? So there's an optional scene that you can get in the subway if you examine particular things. This newspaper is the first one that needs to be examined, and there is a magazine on the ground that we have to go and find and read, and it will give us
What's happening to this place?
an extra little cutscene when we get to a particular spot. Dr. William Freeman, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you. Here is the most easily missed map in the entire game, and the reason why I and so many other people I've seen do first playthroughs get lost in the subways for so long is because it's so easy to run right past this map. Also, just to point out the level of detail, one of the things I love with the Team Silent games, even for this little room where you can't go in at all, look at all the stuff that's in this room. Look at all the little signs. There's a clock. There's a little TV back there. All these fully rendered things that are not just a flat 2D texture. A lot of games of this era, if you were looking through a window into a building or a room that you can't access, they would just put a flat 2D, JPEG texture, just to kind of show that, yeah, there's something in this room, but it doesn't need that much detail. But look at this. Look at the little posters on the wall, the calendars, all the separate little books. There's photographs and things up at the top. It's hard to control the camera, so I apologize for all the wobbliness. Camera control was not a a big thing for the original Silent Hill games. It's more of an afterthought. Feel like romantic perfumes. That's how I want to feel. I should buy Bayonne Class A cigarettes and feel like romantic perfumes. Said it was unmodded, but the game looks really crisp. It does. Just out of the box with no mods, Silent Hill 3 on PC looks really, really good. We can get some creepy audio. There it is. Pyramid Head skateboarding. Volteel's down there, tearing up the half pipe. Hey, Vlad. Hope you're doing well, man. Speaking of perfumes, wore the perfume throughout the entire game in my first playthrough, not knowing what it did. Yeah, later in Brookhaven, we pick up perfume. It's an equipable item, and the game never really explains what it does, but it increases enemy aggro range. It makes enemies more aggressive towards you. The fire doors are locked. They'd be tough to open, so forget it. If it's just for going in and out, I should use the small door at the end. I just was looking at the graffiti. All these wonderful Minmo posters. Not to mention Fruity Rouge. Who doesn't like Fruity Rouge? There's some good quality, good taste. Price down. Sandwich, cheers, coffee. What even is that? Is that a hot dog? That's a hot dog. It's a reference to Silent Hill F with all the flowers on her face on the poster. Oh my god, they knew. They knew the whole time. That looks like a doghouse, but I can't be sure because there's no dog around moment. Damn. Get him with that unlimited ammo Patriot. The ammo clip is in an infinity sign. That's why it has infinite ammo. The path is blocked with trash. I can't go through here. Not with that attitude. God, this room is so big. Does SMG use up a lot of your stamina? I mean, yeah, you can see the bar right up top. That's max stamina right there. And then that's how quickly it drains. Not the worst thing, but it still drains pretty quick. I think Heather Beam is probably the most stamina draining weapon.
Sexy being.
Yeah, look how fast that goes. But it's also like insane powerful, shit tons of damage. Here we go. Health drink. Just go ahead and drink that right now. Dead body here. You can just barely see the feet sticking out from underneath the newspapers and cardboard, the blood everywhere. And weirdly enough, she just says, the path is blocked with trash. I can't go through here. We do get a little bit of dialogue where she says, is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy's not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare's numbed my senses a little. A dead body. I can't really do anything for the poor guy. And there's the extent of our dialogue. There's actually some more dialogue a bit later that I think was originally supposed to be here. Once we're in the underpass, Heather says it looks like a body has been crushed by something heavy, but there's like no body or anything that's visible in the spot where that text comes up. And it's in a very similar like hallway with trash in it like this. So it makes me wonder if it's text that was originally supposed to be here that either got moved or I don't know. But we'll point that out when we get to the underpass. Another path blocked with trash, but we get our nutcracker. Gonna go crack some nuts. Look out, dog. So let's go ahead and crack this nut. Are there items that increase your max stamina? Ampules. Ampules give you infinite stamina for about 2 minutes. But nothing that permanently increases. Here we go. Nutcracker to open that up, but before we go through there, there's some more stuff. For example, this. That sharp ring. So if you play survival horror games like I do, especially when you're playing them for the first time, I walk around and examine like every little thing. And walking around this dead quiet subway and then hearing that loud phone ring, back in 2003, that scared the fuck out of me. Yo, Maxie. Sexy beam, please. I got you.
Sexy beam.
Get sexy beamed. Get sexy beamed, nerds. Hold on. Let me catch my breath. I got another one.
Sexy beam.
Right in your eyes. Maxie, thank you for the raid, man. Very much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. What were you up to, man? And for everybody here, if you're not already following my boy Maxie Lobes, please go and do so. Please go and do so. A fellow Silent Hill and survival horror nerd, every bit as much as I am. He's super knowledgeable about the Silent Hill series, the Resident Evil series, world-class speedrunner who holds multiple world records for a lot of different games, and just all around a super cool dude. Definitely go check him out. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. To anyone who's new here, I'm Nub Zombie. I play a lot of survival horror, and I've had a lot of focus on the Silent Hill games over the years. I do super in-depth story playthroughs, speedruns, and challenge runs for every single Silent Hill game. Even the really weird, obscure ones, like the arcade game, or the play novel, or Book of Memories. I play all of it, speedrun all of it, and talk way too much about all of those games.
Sexy beam.
Boom. There's a sexy beam enemy kill for you. I don't want to do too many of those, so I'm going to switch back to... Let's use the flamethrower. Let's use the beam saber. But I don't want to kill too many things with the sexy beam. Otherwise, this playthrough will end very abruptly when we get to the UFO ending. And I would rather play through all the game. All of the video game. Alright, so we got that. Let me go back up. There's that. I want to make sure I don't miss the magazine and the extra scene that we can get here. Okay, nothing at the end there. All the detail, all the graffiti on the train. Maxie, you were playing The Chant for the first time. Solid game, not gonna lie. New cult horror type game. I haven't seen anything of it, but that's cool. It's another one for me to put on the list. I got a whole bunch of games I need to start getting through. That's gonna be my project after New Year's. We're gonna start getting through the backlog. It's a gift wrap box. Could it be a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something this gross. But I'll take it anyway. It should come in handy against the monsters. Who calls a shotgun gross? Pick up those shotgun shells. And it spawns the first of a new enemy type. This is the insane cancer. It's literally supposed to be like a giant walking tumor. It's supposed to represent this evil, this demon that's growing inside of Heather by the second. Backhand. Oh, Spinneroonie. That did so much damage. Kick him in the balls. Watch out for the counter hit. The wake-up attack. Get him with the laser. Catch your breath. More lasers. Oh god, here comes his big bro. Stamina management becomes one of the main things to deal with on the harder difficulties of Silent Hill 3. But there we go. The train station where you activate super hard mode. We're already on super hard mode. We're playing on extreme difficulty and hard riddles. Here comes the door that Nub hates. We'll talk about it. There are a stepladder and wheelbarrows blocking the way. I can't get through. Although I will say I understand the door now. I used to hate this door because to me it made no sense. Now it makes sense. We don't have subways in Texas. I haven't ridden on a whole lot of subways. So I don't know how subway stations are set up. But I used to get mad at this door because when you explore it or when you examine it, it just says this is just a fire door. It doesn't lead anywhere. And it says emergency exit. And I used to think, okay, I mean, it's like a fire escape, you know? So it must lead somewhere, specifically out of the subway. So I used to read this as like, how does this not lead anywhere? But the thing is, this one little part of the door is just part of this whole big giant door. And see how there's like hinges on the left? So this entire section from here all the way to over here swings closed to block this whole thing off in the event of a fire. So literally behind this is nothing. It's just a wall that's behind there. Otherwise, this whole thing shuts close and then you use this door to pass in and out. So all it does is close off this section of the hallway and this section of the hallway. So I'm not mad at this door anymore. I used to be for a long time because I didn't understand how this worked. But yeah, now I get it. It's a door with nothing behind it because it normally just swings shut to block this hallway off, the whole thing. There's the St. Renata line. We're going to come down here. That was the place mentioned in that newspaper that the oncoming St. Renata College bound train. Dodge. Laser. I missed. Dodge. No! Ooh, that could have killed me. If this was on a higher extreme action, that would have been the one-shot attack. Now I'm one shot away from death. Scary, scary. We'll be fine. We just have one of the hardest parts of the game coming up. Okay, lock's broken. We're going to be one shot away from death for a little bit. There's Bergen Street. So yeah, here is that same fire door, but closed. Like closing off the hallway. And this one is just shut tight, so it doesn't let you go through. It would lead somewhere, but yeah. It's all rusted and broken locks. Like 90% of the doors in this game, or in Silent Hill in general. So this is where we need to go to progress. But we don't want to do that just yet. Oh, fuck. And that's extreme difficulty for you. For anybody who's always like, why does Nub always play on easy or normal when he does story playthroughs? This situation right here. When's the next chance to get a health drink? Right before we get on the subway. We get one health drink. And then on the subway itself, we get a first aid kit. But we have to get through 2 cars full of enemies to get there. Light off. Quick save. Not good enough. Even with the double shot. Good, good. This is what I wanted, though. Here's a random sequence that'll happen when you die. Valtiel will show up and drag your body away. So it's worth dying a few times to try and show that scene. Because essentially Valtiel is responsible for the birth of the cult's god, the final boss. And Heather can't die. She will constantly just be reincarnated. She's already been reincarnated from being Alessa during the events of Silent Hill 1, into Heather for Silent Hill 3. So that's Valtiel dragging her body away to make sure that she reincarnates and that the god will still be eventually born. Oh, don't get stuck. Here we go. Are the bell noises normal? I don't remember them. They are normal, and they're in the PS2 version. I think the sound is changed for the HD collection, but every other version of Silent Hill 3 has that. So we read the newspaper about the victim who jumped in front of the train. And that was the first half of setting up an optional scene. And this is the second half of setting that scene up. I read this a long time ago. It's a nothing little occult magazine. Seemed like a bunch of crap to me. It's not so bad if you just read it for fun, though. The souls of those who died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times, they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. So, because we read that newspaper about the train suicide victim, and because we read the Nothing Little Occult magazine talking about spirits begrudging humans their lives, this happens. And if you don't climb back up immediately, you get hit by the train. That's so unnerving, the breathing. Yeah, a ghost pushes you onto the tracks. He's like breathing all creepy behind you. But see, I quick saved before reading the occult magazine. Or did I quick save after it? I guess I quick saved after it. We'll watch it again. This time, climb up immediately. In which case, the train just doesn't show up. But one thing I do like about that, we also get a first aid kit here. One thing that I do really like about that is it sets up a good scare for when we get onto the subway that we need to be on. Let's go back over to the Bergen Street. Over to the Bergen Street line. Yeah, Voltiel going and picking up all the body parts after Heather gets hit by a train. This is going to be such a pain in the ass to resurrect. Making my job so much harder. Here's another health drink, so we're okay on health, although the subway can be kind of brutal. I've been stopping and pointing out some of these posters, some of the things on the walls throughout the subway, and this sign in particular, the camera just wants to be on Heather's ass. It will not let me zoom in on the poster. But this Havoc's Business Daily poster actually makes an appearance in the subways in Silent Hill 4 as well. It's very, like, washed out in its colors and, like, warped and distorted. But you can find this in Silent Hill 4 as, like, a reused texture. So, normally, this would be where we get on the train. But we have to make the train show up. So let's go back all the way. We're going to have to go past those dogs again. They are going to get lasered. Another one down there on the tracks, but he won't hurt. He can't get you. Unless you jump down there. But if you jump down there, the train will show up and kill you, so... That's one of the things I think that Team Silent probably intended for people to do. Because you have all these areas where it's like, you can see the other platform right over there. And there's enemies, like, walking on the tracks. So I think they intentionally made it to entice players to jump down and try to cross, in which case you'll always have a train show up and kill you. But then they force you to do this by drawing your attention to this red door. And once you interact with this red door, dogs are going to spawn in order to try to hit you and keep you on the tracks. And if you spend too much time before you climb up, the train will show up and hit you. There go the dogs. But look at this cutscene. It starts exactly like the cutscene of the train hitting you. So you kind of have this moment of like, shit, the train's gonna hit me and kill me again. If you've already either been pushed off by the ghost or tried to cross on your own and gotten killed, it gives you just that first part to sort of make you go, oh fuck, I'm gonna die to the train again. And then it shows Heather has climbed out of the way like at the last second. So it's a really good setup. I think they wanted players to die to the train at least once before finding out where to go. In order to sort of set up that scare. That moment of like, fuck, I died again. But then it turns out that's what you're supposed to do. So now we can get on the Bergen Street subway train. By the way, Bergen Street is a direct reference to one of the more influential movies to Team Silent when making the Silent Hill games. Adrian Lyne's Jacob's Ladder. So if you've never seen Jacob's Ladder, it's a fantastic movie. Great horror movie and a big source of inspiration to Team Silent when they were working on Silent Hill 2 and 3. But Jacob gets on a subway and his stop is Bergen Street, the same as Heather's. You can actually exit out the back of the subway train and get this wonderful angle. If that's not terrifying. Even better, there's a save point here. That symbol's drawn on the floor. Hope I don't get cursed just by stepping on it. But check it out. Now that we have a save, you can go out the back door and just take a step forward. And you get a unique death sequence. First person and everything. Heather tumbling out of a speeding train and dying. Pretty horrible. But there's still some more. There's still some more cool stuff with walking out of the back of the train. So, this is the door we came in when the train first stopped. And there's the door to the back of the train. But we're going to go forward by one car. We're also going to have some enemies in here, so we'll shotgun them. Ouch. Reload. Ow. Why did you aim to the left? No, that's why we picked up that other health drink. So now, we've moved forward by one train car, right? So let's go back to the save point. Nope. As you move forward, every previous car that you were in vanishes. You are not backtracking here. You can only go forward. Go forward again. Previous car's gone. God, these things are bullet sponges. Alright, then I guess I'll use unlimited bullets for your spongy ass. More shotgun ammo. Oh, right. On easier action levels, there's a first aid kit here, normally. But on extreme, there's less healing items, so no first aid kit there. Give him a little bit of the flamethrower. Watch them dance. When you kill them, they just sort of deflate. So gross. This must be the first car. I can't see the next car through the frosted window. All I see is the track. Wait a minute. There's no place for the conductor. So how does it run? Or did the car before it already go on ahead? I didn't hear or feel it if it did. Anyway, it's obviously pointless to stay on this train any longer. So, the front of the train is gone. All of the cars that were behind us are gone. The doors are shut tightly. I can't pull them apart either. So by the time you get here, the only train car that actually exists is the one that you're currently on. Dragon Gang. The Dragon Gang has been here. That old pattern's painted in here among the graffiti. It looks like it was just put here, too. But by whom? And why does my head... Again, these save points, the halos of the sun, causing Heather to begin to remember her life as Alessa, awaken her repressed memories of her past life. And before we continue on with the underpass, it's been about 4.5 hours since I started the stream. We are going to finish this entire game in one sitting. It's just usually a very long sitting. It's usually going to be around 10 to 12 hours, if not more. So we still have quite a lot of game to go through, but we're going to go through it. We're going to watch all the cutscenes, read all the notes, dialogue, and continue talking about more in-depth trivia and lore. So I will be taking a short break. I'm going to take a few minutes to stretch my legs, walk around, make sure you're not sitting for too long if you have not stood up for a while. It's dangerous. You can get a blood clot. So stand up, walk around. I'm going to do the same. Get myself some water, get a drink, and all that good stuff. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we will continue on with Silent Hill 3. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming by, hanging out, and enjoying the stream so far. More Silent Hill 3 in just a few minutes.